for the traffic stuff. This is one of those things where I'm going to be working on it. I have to warn anybody who watches me often. You're going to hear a lot of, why are you doing this? This is wrong. Don't you know there's a better way, etc., etc. What are you doing? Blah, blah, blah. And then right at the end, it's going to clip together. So let's just believe in me, for crying out loud. All right. I believe this will work. I am going to try it. Dear God, I don't need you guys to be my, like... I don't need this! I'm already, like, psyched out today. Alright. So, Here is the data structure. We're gonna just plan this out here. Now, let's pretend like we can represent each of our cells as numbers 3. So this is like 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, okay, 5. Let's do a better... Dude, I really want a pin. I want one of those Wacom. That's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, so let's pretend like this index here is 0, 1, 2, 3. Pretty straightforward so far. Now, here's where things get weird. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I do see one interesting possibility here. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Four. I hope everyone's doing good today. So what I'm trying to do... I'm gonna do your ears? What I'm trying to do is come up with a so we're doing A-star pathfinding, so we add a series of points in Godot. Those points need to have an ID on them, needs to be unique. Those points also have a vector coordinate address. That part's easy. The part that I'm trying to think through is the points. Now, what I could do is if I opened up an older project of mine, I believe I could find something. Tom Millman, Traintown. Now, I believe I did something in Traintown. layout direction. And combine them and combine them and combine them. Those got the neighboring tracks. That's all fine and good. Exists. Layout. Merge tracks. Okay, so that has nothing. It's all just a bunch of track logic. Bro, I don't know. Let's try, I don't know, train dispatch? Build connections. Here we go. Add point. This is the magic sauce here. Add point. Add point. Add point. North. Vector. New vector. North. Track layouts. Get upper bound. Index plus index. +1 plus -1. North, east, and west. Okay. Index. That's us, right? Index is our increment. Right. Cool. North is our index plus index. South is our index plus index. So let's do and then track layouts get upper bound. Track layouts. Row call track layouts. Track layouts. Where are you coming from? Track layouts. Build connections. Build connections. Track layouts. Get upper bound. C#. It's been a long time. Get upper bound. It's no different than build connections. It's a byte array for the... Okay. Get upper bound. Uh-huh. Zero. Track layouts, build connection. Build tracks. We'll go back to this. Build connections, plural. Train dispatch. Tracks. Track layouts. Why is it okay not to have any, Is there 2 build connections? No. Ugh! Back in C# land. Okay, well this is the meat and potatoes of it. So I'm gonna take this and put it in here. It'll let me. So I was doing, if we did square, which would make it easier. South. Jacob, how's it going? How you doing, man? West. -1. Okay. So in this case, north is index plus index minus size. In our case, size is 4. So for this scenario, using this equation, let's see what indexes we end up with. Bye, handsome. You're gonna be good and listen to Mama, right?
Yes. Okay. I'm reading the iPad. Hey, Calvin.
Okay.
I'm sitting on this.
I see. All right, buddy. I love you. Okay. You look so cool, dude.
I'm upside down.
You're upside down?
Yes.
Love you, handsome. For like the last 10 months, been trying to tame a beast of a dog, Millie, and find means of dog boarding, and we finally found someone. They met Sunday, which went well. Today's the first official drop-off for a few hours to see how they do without us there. I hope it works out good. North is index plus index minus size. 4 plus 4 minus size. So that gets us 4. That's right. South is index plus index plus size. So that suddenly becomes 8, 12. Okay, here's where things I think break down. North here, index plus index minus size. 1 plus 1 is 2. Minus 4 gets us negative 2. There's 1. Now west is index plus index minus 1. 1 plus 1 minus 1. Yep. Damn, how the fuck did I figure this out? I just came up with this. I remember this was like a full day of me just thinking. God, I remember this. The train algorithm thing. No, it's not really an algorithm. Wow, thanks, Past Matt. You saved me hours of thinking. Travel's been locked down. Yeah, if you can't take him with you. Yeah. East is index plus index plus index, which gets us 3. There's where 3 is. South is index plus size. So that's 6. And then over here, west. Index plus index minus 1, that's 3. Yep, let's check this one over here. 5 north. 10 plus 10 is 10. Minus 4 is 6. Okay, that's the algorithm. This is it. This is just the indexing algorithm, I guess you could call it. Hey, sweetheart. I love you so much. You look so beautiful with this hair, I gotta say. You're gonna be good and listen to Mama, right? Bye. Alright. I'm gonna come out real quick. Alright, guys, I gotta go say bye to the kids. I'll be right back. Travels. Oh yeah, it's only about 17 to 20 hours of driving. Only about. Yeah, dude. Everyone but one of my sisters has left California. And I think that, ironically, it's her job that was keeping her there, but I think she's now been laid off, or is in the process of being laid off. It's and so not really laid off either. The company's going bankrupt. So, okay, so we have our algorithm. So now what we need to do is translate. And see, this is stuff that you just know if you just work with arrays all the time, which I did for a while, and I've since forgotten. But you can translate a vector coordinate into an index for an array. Yeah. So it's so that we build the correct points in our A star, depending on the rotation and the type of road that we have. And, I thought I did. Did I not hit the button? Well, that's embarrassing. That means my go live was wrong. Whoops. Sorry about that. It took me a long time to get started this morning. Streaming in that other room is such a pain in the butt. I've got to get a... what I'd like to be able to do is do a network stream to my OBS in the office and have it broadcast so that I don't have to move all the equipment over there. But there's a lot of problems for that idea. I thought you were a real streamer. I have to move the computer, the camera, all of the power cords, all of the USB, like everything. I really need to do it the night before for both like streaming out there and then coming back out here and streaming. So by the way, in case somebody's missed it, we now have we're importing the vehicles here, and we are adding this buffer on our collision. This is for the traffic system. So this is so that we know the size of this length here. Cars will always be traveling forward. When the cars detect a collision with another vehicle like this, hopefully this is kind of showing up. Then they'll apply a tweening like brake, so it'll look like they're braking and like avoiding a collision, even though they're actually technically already in one. When this vehicle leaves and exits that area, so this vehicle will detect a body entering it. It's going to be looking for a body that, if it's stopped, that body has left it. And if it has, then it'll start to move forward. This vehicle will be looking for the body that left its area. And if it has, it'll start moving forward. Okay? We'll probably give each vehicle its own, like, sort of tween amount or curve to give them a little bit of behavior. Like, bigger trucks will start slower. They'll drive a bit slower, that kind of thing. And so that's how our traffic system is going to have like the appearance of behavior when it's just one simple rule. It's literally one rule to bind them all. So now what we need to do is we need to translate the vector coordinate into this number here. So this is an easy thing if you do flat arrays all the time. 0, 0, but I don't. 0, 1. So this is, sorry, on the X, 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, 0. And then it's 0, 1, 2, 3. And we repeat this like that. And then, because we're going to start at 0, 0 as the corner of the map. We won't be centered at it. We'll start and go this way to build the map out. Just to make life easy for me. Now, downwards, I don't remember how it works with vectors in Godot, but let's just say it's 1, 2, 3, 4. No, sorry. 1, 1, 1. This is really bad writing. 3, sorry. 2, 2, and 2. So how does this number here become 8? If we have a size of 4, this is 1, that's 1. Y times width plus X, is that it? I've memorized it. Yeah. I haven't. I have to like visualize it. So Y times width, so 4 plus X. Yeah, I knew there was going to be a okay. 1 second is the individual components. Gotcha. Okay. So that's how we'll get the index. I'll just write down that. Okay. So now that we have that, it's just easier for me to think about, especially because of how I have to do the IDs for the A star. Okay. Where is the road? Here's the road grid map. Okay, now we need to describe the road types. So that's good. Almost went on Reddit. Thank God it's blocked. Okay. Nice. Yeah, I saw you working on it yesterday. Straight. So a bend has 2 points. A four-way has 4. A three-way has 3, and a straight has 2. Now, if we were to describe the default orientation of these points, the three-way would be west, south, and east. A four-way would obviously be north, south, east, and west. Why do we describe cart? I get the cart. I don't know. It's weird to me. And then I guess the bend by default is south to west. And then the straight is west to east. Okay. All right. Fiera, brother man. How you doing? Nice. I'm doing all right. Got a really late start today. Kids have been having trouble sleeping at night, so. Yeah, me too. Been lots of trouble sleeping lately. It's because the bombs are gonna drop soon, dude. We all know it. Fucking Christ. Okay. So let's say that our rule for the world is that we're not gonna build outside of this area here. Okay. So on our road grid map, so we have city here. So whenever we set a road change, see, this is stupid. You can't get. You have to iterate on the entire grid map every time. This is insane that it doesn't tell you what changed on it. Cell size changed. Emitted when the cell size changes. Well, that's so helpful. So helpful. And none of these are overrides. Fucking what? I don't remember it being this limited. Emitted when the mesh library of this grid map changes. What do we have on node? Visibility changed. I could have sworn there were so many more things we could get. Let's just see what we get when we road change. This needs to be a tool just to kind of test this. Dude, let me do a shout out to. I gotta do some shout outs here. Shout out to Fiera. And then I gotta get one in for Codex here. Ha! I gotta get one for Codex here. Right, that's how I should have said that. Todd, what's up? Road grid map, road changed. So we're just gonna say print debug. Road changed. There's a lot of stuff we have to get going for this to be a thing. Okay, so let's open up city again. And then let's go ahead and paint something like that. Nothing. And this is because this is when the mesh changes. Emitted when the mesh library of this grid map changes. What happened to... I swear grid map had way more. I must be thinking of tiles. So I literally can't get these are two of the most useless functions or signals they could give me. Does maybe mesh library? Maybe if I connect to the mesh library. Create item list. This is the methods. There's no signals. I look at it as a because the streamer knows you shouted them out. Like if they're not like the good ones are like when you remember to do it when they're not around, and I'm not very good about that. But that it sends a ping to them and lets them know that you mentioned them. Yeah, it's like a fist bump or like it's like this. It's but I suspect it's the way, like if I was Twitch and I saw people shouting out each other like this, I would be like, oh, okay, if you watch this guy, you'd probably like this guy. Like, I would probably use that to train the algorithm a bit. But I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I imagine they might use it for something like that. So you can kind of create your network of people that you want to. I often don't follow things. Raids, yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of people bail on raids. I mean, I see it the minute I mention I'm going to raid out, my view count just goes because that's when I click to show the views, and then I say it, and then I literally watch it go. It just falls off the cliff. That's why I like to do the ninja raid sometimes, where I don't even say I'm gonna raid, and then it's like, all right, I'm raiding this guy. See you guys later. And then poof, I go. I'm gonna start doing ninja raids. Yeah. The pants raid. That's when you raid somebody. You don't tell them, and you just get behind them and you raid them. You pants. I do. You know what? One thing I do wish is that you could say / I'm getting ready to raid or something, and then if somebody's gonna try and raid you, it's like, hey, this guy's leaving. Like, don't worry about it. You know. I say it early so the dangling chads fall off early. I like to, yeah. It'd be kind of cool to do like a daily poll of like who to raid out to. But then that becomes a popularity thing. If I was smart, I would raid bigger streamers than me. Like that's the way you play the game, I imagine. You like massage the big guys. You're like, hey, it's me again. I feel that way. That's how I feel. I feel like it's a notice me senpai kind of thing. That's the vibe I get. But I'll do it. When I'll do it is when those dudes they hang out in my chat. They're really helpful. They're really kind and everything like that. But I'm trying, when I raid, I'm thinking about a rising tide raises all ships. That's the way I think about it. So it's like I'm going to try to get someone with an equal viewer count or less than me to try and like push them up. Mostly because I have low views. Help a brother sister out. Yeah. That's, I do that too. Like if I see people that I've rated again and again and again, I'll do that. I'll do a new fresh search for somebody and get the Godot tag or something, and then just like bomb, just and that's always cool. That happens. When I do that, I think it happened with Fiera. I could be wrong, but people will be like, "Dude, you pushed me into becoming partnered or whatever the first rank is by doing that, which is cool. Yeah, I think you mentioned that. Yeah. It would be cool if another thing would be cool is if Twitch kind of helped with that a little bit. But it doesn't. I swear to God there used to be setters for this. So I'm going to have to do this at runtime or bake it some other time. This is stupid. I swear there was like anytime you set. See, there's grid map paint. That's like a signal. I swear there was stuff for this. But maybe not. I think I was doing it at runtime. This is stupid. Godot, signal, grid map, paint. How to set up triggers using grid maps with signals. No. That's tile. All right, here's what we'll do. We have to do this in the process step. We'll do it for a tool and we'll check to see if it's if we're in the editor or not. How about that? This is fucking stupid. This is how we'll do it for now. We're gonna have to. This is gonna need some love. This is stupid. Don't do this. This is stupid. Int. Oops. Current. Grid map. Size. Cell size. Int. If current grid map cell size does not equal current grid map cell size, then we know we've changed. Gotta have an if statement there, bro. This is a vector. This is cell size. That's not gonna work. It's gonna be a different size here. Cell size, no. Yeah. Oh, that is it. That is it. It's a vec3, not an int. Zero. Okay. Okay, that works. Vex, slow down. I'm taking notes. I was lucky and had a former community from game streams to help me get affiliate, but I made like $500 from it, and I wish I never did it to avoid the commercials. I felt the same way, and then I tried to embrace commercials too, but yeah, I would not have, like, I think you can undo it, but I think there's some work involved in it. But I was really sad when I found out that it forced me to pick how I was going to run ads. I wanted it because I just wanted people to be able to sub. I was like, oh, cool. Now I can have people sub if they want to support. But then it's like the sub is like the hostage, the ad hostage. Okay, so now we know if the cell size has changed. It has. Print. Debug. So now we can do the equivalent of what we were trying to do with a signal that doesn't exist. Like that. So this should work. So if we close reopen. How you doing, Colt? And then we go over here and we lay down a road. Why is it not? There we go. We should get an output road changed. Why did it not do it more than once? Road changed. Do we have to compare each? Can we not do a comparison on a Vec3 and just have it check? Do I have to compare each property? Operators. No. Yeah, we can compare on a Vec3. I like being affiliate just for the emotes, really, yeah. Does it do a prox for floats? Should I do a Vec-I, a Vector3i? Is cell size a Vec3i? No, it's a Vec3. We could Oh, speaking of subs. Why am I not getting sounds? Thank you for the sub, second favorite. That's 12 months, 1 year anniversary. I got you some paper or whatever the heck a traditional gift is. Very Japanese. Dude, second, I didn't realize you had subbed on my the birthday month. That's cool. That's pretty sweet. Thank you so much, second. I don't know. Did that play a sound for you guys? Because I didn't hear Jack. I didn't hear Jack. God, I hate this shit. This is stupid. But maybe that's it. Maybe, look at that! Road changed. Okay, maybe this was it. Hiccup might be right. Nope. Son of a biscuit. Oh, I got rid of the print debug. I should be able to compare them. This is the kind of stuff. Why isn't it happening faster? It's because of shit like this, okay? I wonder if it's not, Okay, this is this ain't it. The dimension of the grid cells. It's not accurate. Like if I just print this. Okay. Okay, this is the wrong number. Dude, I feel like grid map is suddenly... What the fuck? Zed with the raid. I'm not hearing anything right now. Is this coming up on... You guys hearing this? No. Thank you for the raid, Zed. No cool sounds for anybody. I don't know what is going on. Welcome, man. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing good. Sorry for the no sound on the raid. That's lame. But I can do my thingy. Shout out to Zeddy Shaw. He did some sound effects for us, yeah. How was the stream today? I'm gonna check it out. This is usually where I tell people to abort that they're still streaming. You're in the middle of a refactor, right? I saw I saw this. 14 hour. Oh, okay, I thought you were doing a 14-hour stream. This was this is just the last VOD that's up. That means you've been doing it for a while. Yeah, yeah. Oh no, it looks like he just started. Looks like he just started. Well, I'm in the land of this is why you don't build a game in a game engine. Of trying to find the things that I need it to tell me that it knows that I didn't tell it. First impressions, nice, well-kept beard. I think this round, just a couple days. I was very strategic about it. That's nice. It's always nice to do a refactor in a compiled language, though, too, because certain aspects of that are just so much easier than like I'm in the I'm using scripted language right now, and life sucks. Get use cells. Here we go. This is an array. This is what we can use. So we'll use get use cells, which is just a count of the number of cells. That should work. I don't think we'll ever I think we'll be okay that way. So then we can go back to an integer here and start out at 0 because we don't know. And then this is probably fine. Get used cells. So then, oops. So we're working on a, I don't really have much to show for it right now. This is an array, so get you cell size. We're working on a G Police clone. We have gotten a something called a scenario editor going here. That is simply a graph node system for scripting events in the game. If you were to imagine that this was a big city, and we could tell, like, hey, have this building blow up and then these cars race out and blah, 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 blah. That's what this system is going to be for. Right now we're working on a traffic system. We've got our data structures figured out. I can kind of give a... this is not going to make much sense to anybody, really. So we're doing an A star for it, for pathfinding. So for every cell of a road path, it's a cardinal, so it can go north, south, east, or west. If it's a four-way intersection, for instance, it goes all four. If it's a three-way, it goes three. If it's a turn, it goes two. If it's straight, it goes two. So we've got all that figured out. So now what we're doing is, in Godot land, when you can have something called a grid map, which is just like a 3D Lego set, where you can set the blocks of meshes and be like, they're set to this grid size, right? So it's you know, and so now we're just kind of going through it and just getting it so that when we change those blocks, we update the we're gonna bake the points for the A star pathfinding. Where do I wish list? Soon, hopefully. By soon, maybe like 6 months. Yeah. We'll see. So we have a 30-day timeline for a prototype that is simply one mission. So it's going to be real straightforward. If you don't know G Police, it is a PS1 PC game from back in the day by Psygnosis, which is now Sony Liverpool. Although I wonder how many of the original team is still there. I imagine it's almost none. I think a lot of them went on to other things. But it was, for the time, it was pretty amazing. So this is a 16-bit game on the PC here. It used DirectX and analog joystick inputs. So this thing was like, and this was 90-something, 97. So it was really, in my opinion, it was pretty incredible stuff. But even this had a traffic system. So imagine you got your Blade Runner setting here. This was like a moon in the solar system. And you were like, the police had been completely taken. The government itself is now corporate controlled, and the police are a monolith. There are no divisions of them. There is just the government police. So you get to blow up, you know, protect people by blowing up other people. But this is an example of the traffic system here. This is crazy to me back in the day that they had this. But look at this. They've got stops. They've got lights. Look at the traffic flow. Jesus, this is better than the launch of Cyberpunk. Yeah, Psygnosis. Yeah, they did some really cool. Even back then, they were always pushing the edge of technology. But look at this. Let me go back. A set route. Yeah, but look at that merging there. Do you see that? Yeah, so that's what we're doing. We're going to have the same thing, set route, but look at the 3 lanes. And look at this car merging. I mean, that's just like crazy. And then the air traffic followed the same flow as the direction of the ground traffic, which kind of makes sense from an actual, like, if there was something like that. But it's still crazy. This is crazy town for me, I think. The real question is, how persistent is it? Like, if I went to this intersection and I went away really far and came back, would all the cars just sort of reset? But yeah, it could be cooked, like you're saying. See how that one appears to be merging? But it's the exact same merge as the last one. You might be right. I could imagine back then, like, pre-baking it. It's very convincing though. We're kind of doing the same thing with ours. So we're going to build out the A star, and then we're going to ask for a path from the A star, and then we're just going to bake that into a path follow. In Godot, it's called a path follow 3D. It's just a spline, and it's got points, and it's just like, here's where you're going, and then you can just give it a value, and anything that's a child of it will follow. You can put it on a path follow, as they call it, and it'll just go along that path. So we're combining that with a little bit of collision detection to try and give it life. But right now we're just trying to build out the A star stuff. So anyways, back to that. We're trying to build it as a tool in Godot. That means in the engine, in the IDE, as you're making changes and stuff, you can see it running inside here in the window while you're editing stuff and everything, and the game's not actually running, but you can see, you know. So as we set, I think it was persistent and basically sampled a noise function to figure out what you were looking at. Remember them doing an interview ages ago where they covered how it worked. Really? Oh, see, that's some juicy stuff right there. They're always pushing the line, like Wipeout, Colony Wars, and they were being smart about it back then too, because like I know that I believe the G Police and Colony Wars both used the Crazy Ivan. They had made like a 3D traversal game called Crazy Ivan, and then I think they just they just copied and pasted a lot of that code, and continued to, like, they kind of forked it off into other games. Imagine there was a lot of floppy disks going back and forth, sharing some information. Minib 2, thank you for the follow. Road changed. There we go. Okay, so now we have, and then if I erase, let's erase one. Yep. Okay, cool. So I can erase all these. So that's what we want. Now we can start to try to build the A star out. So we got A star 2D here. So what we need to do now is the cells that changed. If this is just a rolling index, then maybe we can get this information fairly simply. Very cool. The GD script, Sean C Studio, how's it going? You stream, right, Sean? And Vex, you stream as well, right? Am I insane? I don't have you marked as a streamer on my thing. GD script reminds me of GameMaker. Yeah, I would say it's a little bit better in certain ways. I did GameMaker 2 back in like 4 years ago when it's very young. But I remember trying to do group projects, and I think it was probably somebody had the wrong ignore list in Git. But I remember it was kind of a pain to share work amongst a group of, like, once you got into like more than one people, it felt like it was a little difficult with GameMaker. But the UI, yeah, it's very similar in a lot of ways. Kind of, only very rarely at the moment when testing. Oh, that's right. Okay, I remember. I did GameMaker back in XP. Didn't know what I was doing. Yeah. I like the language. I like how simple the language is. It's very C-like. Very, very like, you know. But still a scripting language, though. The thing about GameMaker is, like, there's literally nothing. It's like, all right, make the game. It's surprising that it's so beloved among, and it's considered this, like, infantile thing, when really it's like, actually kind of no, you have to, like, you want collisions, you make them. You know? And it's like, I don't know if that's changed at all or not, but I remember being shocked and like trying to figure out how to make collisions happen and stuff like that back when I was using it. I was like, oh crap, I have to do this myself? Back when it was free, yeah. All right, what am I doing? So the A star, we have the points. We're gonna have the different road types, which we kind of figured out over here. Where did we do it? Here we go. Those are the 4 road types for now. So we'll have, let's do an enum for the road types. Bend. And we're just matching the order that it is right now inside of inside the grid map and straight. Okay, so there's our road type. So we can use that to compare. So this will match to the so we go grid map. The docs, I like the Godot docs too. For an engine, the docs are very, I mean, there's some points where it's like very not helpful, but it's pretty decent. Here's Game Maker, make game. Yeah. Yeah, it always surprised me how it kind of has this reputation of being like the simple one. And it's like, I'm sorry, like, there's some parts about it that are really easy, but there's other parts where it's like, it's very low level in a lot of ways. In terms of the thinking, obviously you're using a scripted language or whatever, right? But and you really have to think like, but it's also nice that an engine just kind of trusts you to be like, hey, just, you know, you kind of figure this part out, okay? We'll draw the sprites, you do everything else. So I'm wondering if we know the size of the cells and we're using get use cells and we know that the size has changed and so it's 1 or less larger. If we know it's shrunk, then we know we don't have to do anything. If we know it's grown, then hopefully we just need to get the current size as the index. And then that gives us the cell, the literally most recent changed cell, right? So how about we do a comparison like this? Either way, we need to update the if it's shrunk or if it's grown. If it's grown, though, we have to figure out the road type. So what we'll do is we're going to say, you know what? I'm wondering too if there's a version of tool that is just for the editor. Like, can we say that? I don't know. Meh. See, we don't want to declare. Just for speed's sake, we're going to declare this as a global. And that way we're not constantly recreating this. We go like that. Okay, now we know this is working. So if current grid map cell size is greater than the last, then we know that we are adding a road. I'm not sure how to say that. Ronnie? Thank you for the follow. It's too late speak for my pay grade. Okay. So it's grown. And if this isn't true, then the opposite is, and it's shrunk. Okay. And in the case of the shrink, we need to just dump the points that, shit. It's a little more complicated. It's fine. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. There's a lot to do. A lot to do here. Okay, so we can get our cell point. Hopefully. Let's find out if that's true. That's one thing we want to know, if that's true or not. So on our grid map, if we can get cell item, and this is the position. Can we get by cell by index? Get cell item. No. Are you serious? There's no index. Get used cells is an array. Okay, hang on a second. Yes. Yes. Hang on. So we do this. And then let's give it this index. And then let's just print what it is. And see if this is I'm using print a lot, I know. And then see if this is the one that we set. So if we go back over here and we set it, so this should be like 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3. It gives us jack shite. Get you cells. Is this not right? These are sizes. Get you cells. That's our current size. Is it because... Oh, you know what? It hasn't saved it. Let's try reopening it. This is the only thing about tools in Godot. It's a little... she's a little cranky. Paint is giving us nothing. Are we still working here? Yo. Yeah. Whoa. Hold up now. That ain't right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, so this should just be an array. An array of vector eyes, get used cells, returns an array. So is it -1? It's -1. Like if I put 0 in here. Yeah, we're an off by 1. Off by 1. There we go. There we go. Okay, so now we can get the cell that just changed. Jesus, what's the point of having signals in Godot if it's not gonna... Like, this would be nice to just have a signal to tell me this in grid map. Alright, Fiero, see ya. You see the new Kirby game? It's trying to convince me to buy it. I haven't. There's a new one for Switch 2? Yeah, but I'm using an existing Godot API. So even if I were to do that, I would end up having to solve it somehow this way anyways. Because it doesn't have overrides. So since I'm doing this, I don't even need the signal information. And there's a lot to consider about this because I don't want this to run when the game is executing. I don't want to hit the process step every time and constantly make this check or make this assignment, for instance, and then this conditional when really I only need to bake it initially. So I have to set this up in a way where this does not happen at all when the game is running at runtime. So likely we'll have, I don't know how to solve that. I mean, there's a dozen ways to do it, but I'd like to do it in a clean way. I think what we'll probably end up doing is I'll break off road grid map onto its own thing. And then we'll load it up and dump the script. But I don't know. There's like a bazillion ways to do this. Probably the best way to do it is to just save the cell data into a resource somewhere and then load it up. That's probably how we'll actually end up doing it. But I'm sorry. There's a new Kirby game trailer that I have to watch. Dude, Forbidden Kingdom was so good. It was great to play with the kids too. Oh my god, it's a sequel to Air Riders? Oh crap. Oh, I gotta watch this with the kids. This is perfect for today too. It's gonna be 103 degrees. What's that in Celsius? That is 39. Almost 39 and a half. It's gonna be a hot one today, boys. We're gonna be inside. Sigma Sakurai. His new form. He's like a cocoon. He died and then like cocooned. Oh no, it's Sakurai. Okay. I got you. I thought you were talking about Iwata. It's like he's back. Iwata died and is reborn. He's like Sigma Iwata. It's like Dragon Ball. Oh man. Yeah, that new Mario Kart seems disappointing compared to 8. I don't know, man. Like, I hope Sakurai gets back into Kirby because it sounds like he's just done with Smash, right? So, and if they try to move on with Smash without him, I think that's a travesty. You gotta wait until he's dead. I'm sorry. But yeah, I don't know where you go with Mario Kart at this point because 8 was a lot like this last Smash where it's like, how do you top this? I kind of see with the new Mario Kart how they kind of laid the groundwork for a lot of like DLC. You know, but it's not even a racing game exclusively. Yeah. And it feels like an idea for something for a kart racer that isn't Mario Kart. You know? Like, I don't know. I do get worried Nintendo's heading towards this direction of everything open world. Like the new Mario was getting a little close to that. I mean, Kirby's not a racing game exclusively. Yeah. Air Ride was crazy. Air Ride was like a 6-month project. It was developed so short. It was like very shortly, and they just reused a bunch of assets that they had from other Kirby games, and they're like, let's just make it this, you know. So it's basically like an internal jam game in a lot of ways. Okay, so we can get the cell item, so we can get the vector position that we're talking about. Get use cell. We don't need to even get, so now we have get cell item. Get cell item gives us what? This gives us the type of road it is. So in this case here, this gives us, either way we need this. This is the vector cell position. Vector 3. Okay. And is it what kind of array is this? A vec3i array? Yeah. So this is a vec3i, which makes sense. We're not dealing with floats in this particular instance. Just slower than the competition. Yeah. Did anyone play Rusty's Baseball on the 3DS? Where they did their first experiments with like different monetization stuff. And it was like this baseball game with this like divorced dad who had like 7 puppies. And he had custody of them. And he was trying to run a sporting goods store. I'm serious, this is a real game on the 3DS. And he's trying to get you, the premise of the money that you could give him that was like the different expansions for the game inside of its world was that you were haggling with him. You were haggling with him. You could pay a larger price for, like, they would have like a home run thing, and and you could play it, and then he'd be like, all right, do you want to buy the full version of this? And he'd be like, nah. And he'd be like, okay, well, I didn't want to say anything, but I can go as low as this or that or whatever. And you could keep haggling him down and down and down on price until you were buying these like expansions to this actual real game for like 99 cents. I think there was a way to even do it free, and nobody had actually done that. There's a video of some guy who figured it out and got everything for free. Because you can just keep haggling with him. And he just like gets more and more pathetic. It's so fucking funny. Anyways. It's a funny idea for doing in-game, like, in-game purchases. Rusty's, it was like Rusty's Baseball. Rusty's Real Deal. Yeah, Rusty's Real Deal Baseball. This was it. Hey, this is the guy. Where's his like pathetic? You're putting me out of house and home look. Yeah. See, trust me, pal. This game is legit. Rusty wouldn't lie to you, and you could buy it, and this would be actual real currency, or you could haggle. Ah, shit. What is that? It was actually fun set of mini games. It's been all downhill from there. Yeah, I suppose it depends on how, like, I think when you have, I don't know, I guess it depends, but with kids, a lot of the choices Nintendo makes, you're like, oh, I get it. I do think, though, that they are, like, with Pikmin, for instance, I don't know. There is some sort of like internal change that's happening there that I'm not sure about. I think Metroid Prime 4 is really going to be a litmus test to see if the company can float on its own with all the higher older league people kind of retiring, and the younger guys taking over. Man, all right. Sorry, guys. So if it's bigger, then we know we need to get the cell type, right? So in this case, we say on the grid map, get cell item for this position. Okay, so this gives us the item. It should return an integer. It does return an integer. And then we can use road type. So var road type. Road type. So we'll use our integer as a lookup. So it should be between 0 and 3. There should only be 3 cell item types. And if we go over to the grid map, you'll see 0, 1, 2, 3. And we could double check this too by going into our mesh library, and we'll see 0, 1, 2, 3. And everything should match up. Wait a sec. Straight is 1, even though the order here is different. What the? Bend. So this is how I wanted it. And then the next one should be 3-way. Yep. And then 4-way. Okay. Okay, so this is even more, this makes more sense. Why is this not in that order? That's so stupid. It's in alphabetical instead. Okay. By default, I feel like it should just be the index order here. But whatever. I'm not... What do I know? I mean... Okay. So now we have the road type. And in either scenario, actually, we need the road type. So really, we need the road type regardless. So we still haven't actually used this conditional for anything yet. So now we have the cell position and the road type. So let's just double check to make sure we have a real value here that's actually something we can use. So we have cell position and road type. So percent. So pos percent s type percent s percent position and road type. And then let's go over here, and this is a 3-way. It's type 2, and 2 is a 3-way. Okay. And then we're gonna do oopsie doodle. Oopsie doodle. We're on the wrong thing here. Let's do a 4-way. Boop. And then it should say type 3. Yep. And then a bend should be type 1. Yep. And then straight should be type 0. Okay. Now that we have that, we're getting close. So again, we're trying to work towards a point where we can actually describe in the A star the points that we have, the indexes that they are, and the positions they are in space. So we're just trying to get all of our data ducks in a row. So the next thing we need is like a road type. Trying to think of how we do rotations with this. Let's get the rotation information. Oh my God. Get used cells by item. This is an integer. We still need the vec3 though. Or do we? Yeah, because we have to use it to build the points. Get cell item orientation. The orientation of the cell, the grid coordinate, given grid coordinates. Get cell orientation. Var. Is that a word? Okay, I don't hear Jack. Ah. okay. We need to go to... This is why we didn't hear the raids. Which one am I doing? This one?
Yeah. Game.
That's an echo. I think it's aux input.
作りってなんでこんいやーゲーム作りってなんでこんなに大変なんでしょうね。
For real. We need that. I need to clean that up without the background music. And have that be an audio, or have it be a video redeem. Dude, Cole, I couldn't believe that. I'm sorry, man, that you lost all that stuff. You're working to get it back, though, right? I thought you had mentioned you had success with some of the hard drive recovery. See, it doesn't know. If it doesn't change, it doesn't know what changed. Unless I kept a copy of the array and then compared it that way. It's all backed up. I'll get back to it someday, I hope. Did it take the wind out of your cells on it? I remember having something like that happening on a website I was working on. And I was just like, you know what? I'm done. The wind out of your cells, like you kind of just like, yeah, you know, I was going to work on something else anyways. And it's kind of pushing me towards that. Yeah, your momentum. Your like energy, your energon levels for what the project. Okay, so we have 4 orientations, 0, 22, 10, and 16. Now, is orientation a conceptual thing that I'm just spelling it wrong. Set cell item. Refer to the Godot source code. Thanks, bros. Okay. Cool, bro. Gonna have time after that. Gotcha. Read the sacred scrolls. Can't use numbers. Crap, we might have to bake this every time. This is stupid. See, this is the kind of thing, if I cared enough, I would do a pull request. I guess I just always did. I never needed to do this close to this is why you just do it at runtime. Okay, so we have our different orientations. Position road type. It doesn't equal. Yeah, see, no, this doesn't work for if it's greater, then we know the last one. If it's not, then we don't know if it's. Oh, there's a whole nother scenario here, which is if the size is the same, but we know it changed, which we don't. Shit. Is there some other way we can measure that the grid map has been modified? I mean, if we get use cells by item, every process. Stupid. Well, we just got to get. I mean, it's you know, since this is the case that we can't know. Let's just ignore all this size nonsense. And we'll just, I mean, this is totally ineffective, because we're just trying to get this algorithm right? So what we're gonna do then is we're gonna do this on every step on process. It's fine. It'll be fine. Let me know if the stream starts getting real choppy. Okay. So then what we could do is, I mean, there's a few ways to do this, but we could just get, if we go by integer, get use cells by item. We could just dump that and then compare. Can we do array comparisons? I'm not sure. Let's find out. Can we just say, are they equal? Yes. Okay. All right. So then what we'll do is we will go say get cell, what is it? Get use cells by item. And then we're going to have our previous cells by item. Array of integers, I believe, right? Oh, no. Never mind. I'm having a stroke. Previous cells. Vector 3i. Okay. That's fine. And we say previous. So we have get use cells. Get use cells does not equal. So we're saying last. Let's go to that. Previous is better. I like previous. He doesn't even know what he wants to call these things. Current cells. Okay. Current cells equals get use cells. Now, do we need to do a copy? Is this a pointer? One wonders. I don't know. Current cells does not equal previous cells. Then we say previous cell, current cells, previous cells equals current cells. Print, debug, cells changed. Uh-oh. Shit. We just opened a wormhole to the infinity. We won't be able to open up Godot anymore. So we've got to go into our in here and change the script manually. What are we looking at? What was it? Roads something? No, it was the main. I don't know, is it in scenes? Yeah. Here we go. I think this is probably always true. Let's comment this out. And then load it up again. Okay. I could do a comparison here. Cells changed. So it was the assignment here that created a bad time. We're gonna duplicate it so it's a fresh change. Okay, looks like we got it. So it was now let's try and go to the grid map. Now if we set any of them, that's selection. Damn it, Cricket, get your head up. There we go. Cells changed. Cells changed. So then let's rotate this. So let's see, that should have been a cells changed. Now we're only comparing arrays. We have to iterate. Fuck! This is insane! This is stupid. This is stupid. How is there no signals for this? I'm just astonished about this. So then there's no point in even doing this. Is there some way? So the comparison is only on size, not on content. Is there a hash? Got to be a hash. There's a hash. Okay, we can compare hashes. That seems reasonable. And then we can compare. Then we can. So having a copy. So that's fine. That's fine. We'll compare a hash. So then we'll say current cells hash compared to previous cells hash. I don't know. We're about to find out. Rotate. Rotate. No. It's not a hash of the contents. That's stupid. Okay. So no matter what, we have to iterate. Oh my god, every time. This is fine for small stuff. We're just getting this going, okay? Let's do this the easy way. We can do this the hard way or the easy way. The easy way. Current cells size. And then we'll just look up the indexes of both of them and compare them. No, because now. Because there might be. We have to be careful about our size. If our size changes, we're gonna crap the bed. We have to compare. We have to know if it's larger or smaller. We don't want to have to do a has on everything, right? So we have to know if it's larger or smaller, and then depending. Oh man, God, this is horrible. So current cell, previous cells, index does not equal current cell index. Then we say changed. This is so much work. This is so stupid. All. This is, you know, if you're rolling your own thing. I mean, this is I'm almost like, you know what? We don't even need grid map, because how hard is it to just the thing that we get is this editing. Something ain't right. Did I not save the script? No, it's saved. Oh. Out of bounds. Yeah. It's crashing before we can Yep. And this is because on ready we are not saying we're not assigning Okay, so there's that. So now we should be able to change one of the existing cells. And we get jack shit. We need to compare cell types. Of course they're going to be the same. They were indexed in the same order. So it has to be cell type, which is road type. So not only do we have to compare type, we have to compare type and we have to compare orientation. And if either of those are different... Oh my god! Mudbound, how's it going? Or... Okay. What if we don't do any of this? Every time anything is set, we just iterate through the whole thing and build our points out. And we clear the points. Let's just do that. Okay, because this is getting ridiculous. That's so much simpler. Thanks, guys. Oh my god. Okay, how's it going, Mud? Mud's working on a Pico 8. Drone combat sim. It's an allegory for current world conflicts. It's got a deep story. Crazy compressed voice audio. Sound like Double Dribble on the NES, if you're familiar with that. The voice acting kind of loses a little bit of its impact when it's that compressed, but kind of get the idea. Full MV now. Oh, full motion video. Yeah. Sega CD quality. It's going all right, Mud. Oh, it's fine. Don't worry. Don't worry, Jacob. Don't worry. Okay, so here's what we're just gonna do. What I was hoping to do was know when the cells changed. But this'll work. Okay. The hope was to be able to do this at runtime, and I'm just as a tool, which we still can. I think I'm just gonna have a button. We'll put a button over here, like on City. There'll be a button to say, bake A star or some crap like that. Okay, so then we'll just iterate on our grid. So we don't need this, we don't need this, and we don't need this. We take the grid map, and we don't need to do this. This is so much simpler. Grug! Gotta grug this, guys. We're getting away from spinning plates. And get you cells. Yeah, I started out, Jacob, I started off the stream that today was straight up Grenold, how's it going? Today was going to be a day of me doing something and people saying, what are you doing? Why are you doing that? You shouldn't do that. And then hopefully at the end it would all click together. I've gotten such a late start though, I don't know that that's going to even happen. 2 hours and I feel like I kind of spun my wheels, but we made some progress. Actually, no, we've done a lot. Okay, so we have our cells. So then we can iterate on those, right? So for cell vector 3i in cells. So now we go on a for loop of those cells. And then what we're going to do is we're going to get the orientation of the cell. Var orientation int. And this is not an int. We will call it orientation because we created an, and let's spell it right. This is an orientation equals it's cell item orientation. So road grid map. It's cell item orientation for this cell. So that's our cell's orientation. And now we need the cell type. So then we say var type. This is road type equals get cell item. Okay. So we could do it with the basis. Okay. So now we have an orientation. So then these tell us the rotation. So close now. This is actually way easier. So now we have the cell, which is a vector 3. And so that can give us, we can do this y. So this is the index. Var index int equals this operation here. Y times width. And we have to assign sort of a fictional width here. Plus X. So in our case, Y is Z. Width, let's do a const. For now, we'll make the city 100 wide. My kids are back, I can tell. I just heard a recorder play. And then this would be cell X. So there's our index. And now with our index, we can build our points out, but that's based on type. So type has our points, but we also need to care about orientation. So with those, we should be able to build out the point map for the... So the last real problem in front of us is getting... Let me explain it. So imagine we have a three-way road. So this is like a type... This three-way intersection is type 2. It has 1, 2, 3 points. But depending on its orientation, those points may be at different spots. They may have different IDs than the default, you see. And so we need to know the orientation to correctly assign the points. Now, we could do this using math, but I'm an idiot, as you guys may have concluded from watching. Just you know. So what we'll do is for each road type, we're gonna have a type orientation lookup. So we'll have type orientation lookup for straight, which is going to be a dictionary, which is a dictionary of orientation, and probably an array. So we have one for straight, we have one for bend, we have one for three-way. Hey, all right. Oh, four-way. Oh my. I was offered a three-way back in my youth. I was like 20 something. And it's very awkward. I declined. It would have been a devil's three-way. And I just no. No thanks. I'm good. Els, how's it going? Honestly, that's fair. Yeah. They were cool about it, I guess. I felt put on the spot, though, frankly. It was odd. It was odd. What is this? What did I just drink? I just die. Let me do a shout out to Els. We've got the index, we've got orientation, and we've got type. So our lookups are given. So then, okay, so let's just do a match on type. So type, and then we've got straight. Can you do type straight? Like that? Or no, you have to do that. That's okay. That's fine. Or can you? Hang on. You can! No. Okay. I was going to say. All right. Straight. Bend. Three-way. I feel unseen. JD. Oh, I missed it. Why is it every time I see you streaming, I think of the Shawn Michaels entrance music? I don't know. I'm sorry about that, JD. You were cooking last night. Let me do a shout out to JD here, if it'll let me. So what kind... I have to wait. Right. So now we have the different orientation lookups. So we have straight, bend... And again, this is because I'm an idiot, and I'm sure there's a math way to do this, but I'm an idiot. Okay? Math is trauma for me. It is me in class freaking out because it feels like everyone knows what's going on, but I don't. That's my math experience. Brought to you in part by AT&T. Freak out amongst your peers. For the low cost of math is for nerds. Tell me about it. These nerds. Nerds! Okay, so straight. Let's find out what straight is in this here universe. Straight. We're gonna paint this. Why are we not able to see it? There it is. So we are rotated. We are rotated. Let's go ahead and open it up again. Fresh. How do I know? How do I know what my rotation is right now? Like, I'm changing it right here, but what is it? Orientation. Print. Orientation. We're gonna comment this stuff out. Toggle comment Control K. Circle K. Shout out to JD Does Dev, fellow Godot streamer. Stream's nude, but it's all below the waist, so you never get to see anything. Does the we call it the Winnie the Pooh stream. T-shirt, no pants, no underwear. A lot of us game dev streamers do that. As you can see, I'm wearing a red shirt, so it follows, right? I prefer the Donald Duck. But you gotta have a hat on if you're gonna do the Donald Duck. You gotta have the little sailor hat. So this goes on to infinity. Let's go ahead and erase. The stream okay? Okay, so this cleared out. Grid map. We'll do an intersection. Let's see the orientation. We're at 10. Oh, what happened? And we're going to rotate. Whoops. Erase that, please. 16. Go back to our editor. Rotate. 0. Okay, we're at 0. So, why did I do all that? Just hold on a second, Deborah. So now we know that straight is oh, we don't want row type, we want orientation. Way to go, Cricket. 0, 99, 90, sorry, 180, and 270. Okay, so now this is orientation. Correct. Okay, and then array. So then the 2 points that we're going to use, so we need something that's like a direction. And so there's going to be north, east, south, and west. Okay? And I can't type the array, but it's going to be an array of directions. And so for 0, direction north and direction south are the points that we're going to plot for the 180 is the same thing. Okay. And then if we're 90, it's going to be, sorry, the points that we're going to plot for the A star. Okay. What are we bitching about? Why are we mad right now? Cannot include value type of city dot orientation as orientation. Bro, what? I don't know what to tell you. That's exactly what I'm doing. Is orientation a reserved word? What? I think this thing's having an aneurysm. Let's go ahead and close and reopen it. Close this. Open it back up. Bro, what? Am I doing something wrong with my dictionary definition? This is an array. What's the problem? Dictionary orientation array. What have I done wrong? What happens if I get rid of this? It just moves on. Cannot include. Let's make it plural. It must be a reserved word. Something's funky. Okay, so we have these different orientations. So we're going to do the same thing for all the other ones, but we have to assign them. So we're just using this as a lookup, depending on the type that we have. We're going to look this up. And so if we put our orientation back, let's clear out the grid map. We go over here. See, it's doing it again. Oh. All right, calm down, everybody. Okay. So now, if we were to take road bends and rotate this sumbitch back to 0.
Gentlemen, this is Democracy Manifest.
Thank you for the follow. Finally have our sounds back. Black Tech, thanks for the follow. Gamescom is live. Ah, so Gamescom. Oh, we go to the Gamescom and all the games hat da. That's my horrible accent. Oh, welcome to the Gamescom. For all that is welcome to the Gamescom. Ah, you the Gamescom too. I see. Okay, so I guess it's movie German. That's my movie German accent. So the bend. Now I know what I'm gonna do when I get back to streaming. Yep, gotta do the Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh. So the first one is going to be east. For the bend, it's going to be east and then north. Okay? If our orientation is 0. We're just baking this in. If we go back to grid map here and we rotate it one time, this is 90 degrees. We end up with output is 22, 90. So then our bend becomes north to west. You see? And then it's going to become west to south. You see? And then it's going to become south to east. You see? I know this might not make any sense, but trust me, it's going to make sense to me because I'm an idiot. So this is literally me doing algebra. It's like, show your work. And I'm like, well, the way that you taught me, I don't understand. So I did it this way. And it's like, yeah, that's the right number, but you're wrong. I'm like, oh, okay. All right. Okay. Well, I'll just fail. It's fine. All right, bro. Okay, we're back on 22. We got to rotate this son bitch till we're back to 0. Okay, so now three-way is going to have south, east, and north. It's 3. Get it? North. Okay. Now, if we rotate at 90, rotate, it changes to east. So it just keeps shifting. Like this. And then if we rotate it again, it shifts again. Like this. And then if we rotate it again, it shifts again. And instead of west, it'll be west, south, and east. Okay, so that's the three-way lookup. And then the four-way is really straightforward, right? It's always the same. North, east, direction, south. So we might not even need this for this particular friend of ours here. Direction west. And let's not capitalize direction. Okay, so now we have our lookups. This is, again, just based on the orientation from the cell editor. So we're just using, it's just dirty data in a way for our needs, and we're trying to clean it up so that we can use it to do our plotting here. So now we have the lookups. So then we say orientation lookup straight, and then we say orientation, and we iterate on this, and this is how we're going to build out our plots. Okay, and then we do the same for bend, three-way, and four-way. Okay, so we have the type of the road. We match on that. Then based on the road type, we then are checking the orientation, and we're going to iterate on the orientation. So we're going to have a for loop on the orientation, and the orientation is an array of directions. So we might, I might create a function, separate function for this, because we're about to repeat ourselves even more here, which we don't really need to. And actually, what we're doing is we're getting an array back, right? So we can pipe this array into that function. And then that function will plot our points. The function should have plots. So it's underscore plot a star points from for position. That's what we'll call it. It's a bit of a mouthful. And then we have our points, and our position is the cell. So do we, I guess we'll start with the cell. And then we'll write that function out here. So that'll look like this. It'll say function this, and then we're going to have a vector 3i. And this will be position. Okay, and then points. And this is just an array of directions. Okay. And then we can put all of our logic in this thing. For this part. And then we're going to do this for each of them. So it'll look like this. For each of them. Like that. Mungalo, what's up? And a bunch of AAA realistic graphics Souls-like games. Who would have guessed? Right. Kind of the... I feel like Gamescom's a place to announce like some very involved like management, like city management or like village thing. Like an Anno or something. That's the place for that, man. Welcome to Gamescom. Welcome. Gamescom. Welcome. Welcome. Gamescom. All your dreams are possible at Gamescom. So now we're going to use our friend here, the Atom, to get our index. No, we already have index. We can grab it here. Put it here. And I guess we could say so. We'll say cell position. Okay, so that's our index. So our index is how we're going to determine the ID for the points. The ID for the points is going to be determined by the direction. And so we're going to have another match statement coming up inside a for loop. So for points direction in points, we're going to do that in here. Okay. And I will be right back. I'm going to grab a drink. My wife just gave me some yummy food. Give me like 2 minutes. Enjoy the pug. He's just chilling there on the sidewalk in the shade. Okay, we're mad about something. Let's close and reopen just to make sure it's real. Valid type. We're typing the array. We might not need to do that. Yeah, that was it. Okay. All right. Oh, I'm back. Okay. Now. We have our cell position, we have our index, we have our points. And for each point we have direction, match direction, which is point. And then we iterate each direction. We have north, south, east, west. Or north, east, west, as if we're going clockwise, right? So that's that doesn't mean anything to anybody anymore, does it? To say clockwise. I think for a whole generation it now is kind of nonsense. Do they teach reading clock hands anymore? Did we do away with that like cursive? I wonder. Okay, so now this is where we apply this math. We have our magic formula here that we've created. And this is correctly creates an ID for our points that is an integer. So this is the north, this is the east, this is the south, and this is the west. Now this is the reason why this is so weird is because we're dealing with 4 points that can repeat. So for instance, we can share a point between, let me put it this way. So if we have, you think of these squares here as our grid, okay? And if we have a road that goes this way, whoop, like that, it's got a point here, 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 here. So for this vector index here, it shares this point and this point with this one here. Let's say this is 1, okay? So in that case, we need to have a formula that makes it sure that when if we're just blindly assigning a point on our east or our west or whatever, that it would be the same number for both. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Handsome Pants. If you want your treat, listen, Mama just wants to make sure you eat some lunch, okay? Be gentle with him, okay? That is his little room. That's his special spot, okay? That's not a place to be rough with him, okay? All right, he needs to feel safe in there, okay? That's his safe spot. That's his room. Yeah? I'm gonna hide my face as I eat some food. I love my my drawings. These are horrific looking. Oh, the bitrate of the stream is awful. Hang on, let me fix that for you guys. That's right. It's because we were out in the office. There we go. That should help. That should help clean up the stream for you guys. I'm sorry about that. I didn't realize it was so low. So we have our width here. So this is the maximum size of the world so far that we're going to pretend like we have. Okay. So now we have our point indexes as we iterate these different directions. We have a point index. Then after we do that, we're going to, on our A star, oops, we want A star 2D. Even though we're in a 3D world, I'm going to use A star 2D initially. So we add point and we put the vector in it, and we have a weight scale. We're not going to touch the weight scale. By default, it's 1. So on our A star here, we say add point, point index, and then we need to do the vector, which we should assign here as well. Point position. In this case, it's a vector 2. And it's a vector 2. We're going to make it a 2i because we know that it's going to be... no, it's going to be halves. We're going to be some floats. So that's what it's going to look like, but we still need to do the math for point position. Cannot add a point with a negative ID. So... okay. Now, cell position, point index, Z and X. Let's print these out. -1. Okay. And that's because Z goes negative as we go that way. All right. Right. So we need to ABS this the cell position here. Okay. All right. And X should be positive, right? So like if I add here, and if I go down, X grows as we go down. I think we're okay. Now we're okay. Okay. So the only thing we don't have is our point position for each point. So if it's north, it's going to be okay. We're almost there. I got to keep eating. I'm going to show myself because I don't want any fucking LLM accusations anymore. So now I have to show myself eating. Just so you guys can see there's no magic tricks going on here or some shit. Not that I have anything against it using LLMs. I'm not saying that. Vex. Nah, I was being a real distracted streamer the past like 2 or 3 weeks. I have 3 monitors, and on my third one, I was just browsing Reddit occasionally and just getting totally distracted. It actually happened to me last night when I was playing Space Marines 2 with my bud. He's like, "Are you gonna ready up?" I was like, "Oh yeah, yeah. Totally. Hmm. It kind of subverted. It subverted the reason why I stream, which is that I'm clocking on and I'm getting to work, and it's everyone can call me out, like if I was getting distracted, which is literally what happened. So it actually it actually was exactly why. Okay. So the point position So now we have our 2D position for our cell. And we're going to say point position equals, so for north, it's 2D position plus vector to north would be y positive, right? By a half. See, I think these coordinates are going to be wonky initially. I think this is wrong. But you get the idea. We're going to be going, so south would be negative on the y. East would be on the x, negative. And west would be positive on the x. No, it'll be the other way around. West is negative. East is positive. I honestly forget the vector in Godot. Does that mean we should build up? So instead of down here, we should build up here. Wouldn't that make life easier for us? I think it would. Let's do that. So erase all this. And the world will go up this way. And then we don't have to absolute. And all this is fine. And then all of this is good too. And just to confirm, clear this out. Can't add a point with a negative ID. Okay, so something's not right still. What about an index? 47. So index 22. What are you talking about? It's right there. -2. Now we're negative on both. No, this is a lie. I don't believe it. Negative ID. Because of the 0. Fine. Then we'll +1 everything, okay? Are we cool now? Oh, we'll just +1 the index. That'll work. I don't know. I don't think this is right. That's what we'll do. That'll work. Okay. Okay. So I think now we're to a point where we're building out our points and all of that stuff. We need to visualize this. We have this all going. This is on a process. So we can change this over to add points. Create points. For each position, so once we do all this, what we can do is we can just We don't necessarily need to add something visual, although it would be helpful. I don't believe in the debugger we can look at visible paths, visible navigation. So we could create a path between 2 points to see what we end up with. We could ask A star what we end up with. So we could get point count. Yeah, that's probably not a bad thing. Let's do that in the loop though still. So we'll still make this a this will just be still in a process. We don't need the index. So we'll get the point count. Print debug points. Like that. 2 points it's saying we have right now. That sounds right to me. Let's see. Let's do this, baby. We're going to do it. We're going to start with the road bend. We're going to rotate it like that. Should still have 2 points. We do. Now we're going to add an intersection here. We should end up with 1, 2, 3, 4 points. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Why do we have 5? That's already not looking good. 7. 5. 1, 2. 7. 1, 2, 3. How do we end up with 5? I mean, it's looking okay. Let's get a 4-way going. So they should add 3 more. So we should get to, see, that's not right. My guess here is, okay, we're using add point. I think we're going to need to check if the point exists. Points connected. Oh shit. Connect points. ID to ID. Adds a new point to the given position with the given identifier. The ID must be larger than 0. Must be 0 or larger. The weight scale must be 0 or greater. Weight scales multiply by, okay. Blah, 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 blah. If there already exists a point for the given ID, its position and weight scale are updated to the given values. All right. So we're going to want to print out some stuff here and just see. We just want to see how we got to what we got. A star add point. So anytime we add point, Okay, so we have those points. And we're kind of offsetting it to help the that looks fine. No, that should be fine. That should be fine. Everything's fine there. So this is interesting. This should be a bend, right? Because it's not acting like a bend. — 16. which is 270. South to east. That's not right at all. No, that's correct. 100 to... Because... But is it south to east? Index is 0 plus 0 plus 1 is 1. Yeah, that's all correct. Okay, let's do the next one. It's one of the... I think some of the data types are off. So we should be able to have the correct number of points if we connect a circle around on itself, which would be 1, 2, 3. Should be 4 total. 7. Stop following. That. What are the errors? Negative 98. So I think that's 0. How do we have no points? Is it because there's no connection? Oh, I'm not showing them. Points are 2. Bend is 22. Bend is 16. Bend is 0. So this one, 0 goes from east. Oh, that's totally wrong. East to south. We rotate it once and 22. 22 is 90. That now goes from east to north. Bend it again, it goes from west to north. And then west to south. Okay, so that one was wrong. So now we should be able to complete a circle. Ah! Still something's not right. Bend 16. $16 is 270. It goes from west to south, that's correct. No. Oh my god, he's having an aneurysm. Cricket is losing his mind. Or wait, no. Hang on. Trust yourself, bro. Trust yourself. Let's go back here. This is 0. Zero is south to west. Okay. Let's do this in Ben's 22 is 90. This goes from west to north. And this is 10, which goes from north to east. And this one is 16, which goes from east south. So now I should be able to trap these together. 0.4, that's wrong. 6 is wrong. 8 is wrong. $33. Mm-hmm. 9.302. Let's point index. We need the index. (101, 102, 202, and 201). Okay, those are sane. And just to be sure, we're going to erase these. So that's something's funky there. Yeah, I don't need you to yell at me. But the points that we're trying to add, we wrap at 100. So that's 99. And then 100 starts over. Okay. So something's wrong with this curve. So this is bin 0. South to west. Am I getting west wrong here? We're doing a negative number. And so when we iterate on this, we do, what do we hit first? South is first, west is second. We're using 1. Index plus index is 1 minus 1. Be 0. Three. Index plus index plus index. That's east. Wait a minute. East. Why are we resolving east? Hold on, friend. Hold on. North and east. East plus 1. That ain't right. East is minus. West is plus. No. Good God, man. We're in math hell. One. Three is right for east. West is or south is index. Let's make sure we're hitting south. We're not. It's acting like north. We are not hitting south. We're hitting north. Even though our 2 points, let's double check. 0, 1, 2. Huh! Okay, we are officially in something weird is going on here, land. Print bend. Bend is 0. Orientation lookup 0. This is what we're doing right here. Zero, but we're getting 1. Oh, you know what? No, we're looking up the array. Index 0. 0, 0. Orientation 0. Why are we getting 1, 0? South should be 0, 1. This should be 2. Do I have to reload? Is it that simple? Because we're dealing with I just had to reload. It's because it's a God, what a waste of time. Okay. No, wait. Oh, those are old errors. Okay, so let's try again. Golly, I thought I was losing my mind. So we're gonna ooh. Let's go back to where we were. Right here. We're gonna paint. What do we paint? Oh, sweet Jesus. Yeah, it's because I flipped it. There we go. There we go. 4 and 4. Okay! We're in the land of the sane. Okay. So that's 4. All right. So let's add a three-way. I think hopefully I didn't screw up the rest of them like this. Should be 5. Yes. Should be 6, 7. 8. Uh-oh. 8. Uh-oh. 8. Uh-oh. 5. Okay. So our old friend, the three-way, our three-way is not right. So let's fix our three-ways. So that's wrong. Oh, there's our clue. This should be right, but it's not. Okay. And we are at what? Points to error. Can't add a point. Points. So we're not printing out our orientation. Bend, because we're doing a three-way. We're doing a three-way on the stream, everybody. All right, we're on bin 16. Bin 0. Okay, so bin 0 is wrong for a three-way. Let's keep this clockwise south. So east, south, west. Okay? And then if we continue to rotate, it then becomes east, north, west. Okay. So that one was correct. And it's going to give an error because we want that. Then if we rotate it again, we become... No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. 16, 0. South. See, we should start... It should be east. We should do east, south, west. Then when we rotate, it becomes south, west, north. Okay. So I just had some of this wrong because I'm just a big old moron. And I didn't have any consistency either when I was doing this. So we have to... Okay. West. Okay, and then when we rotate it again, we become east, south, west, north. Then we become west, north, south, west, north, east. My bad. Then one more time puts us at north, east, south. This. Okay. Now if we close and reopen the city. We've got errors. That's actually correct. We shouldn't have any more. That's correct. And if I go like this, we shouldn't have any. And now if I do a bend, we shouldn't have any. And then we can calculate the total number of points we should have. So let's do a bend here. No errors. So we should have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points. We do. And if we connect them together, we should still have 6 points. We do. 7. We do. 7. Or 8. Yep. Okay. Okay. Now let's do a 4-way for everybody. 4-way's fine. 4-way, we can't go wrong. It's 3-way, and now we just need straight. I know, buddy. I know. It's like, Papa, you are boring. You're the most boring papa. And what do you know? We have an error. So we are going to erase the rest of these. And all we're left with is straight. We almost got it, boys. We almost got it. Straight. And orientation 0. 0 should be east, west. Then north to south. So we are backwards. I don't know how I got it wrong. I thought I was being so careful about that. But it happens. So now if we close and reopen, error should be gone. Yep. And we can do another... We can dance if we want to. We can leave our friends behind. We can dance if we want to. Okay. We are very close to getting cars on the road. Believe it or not. I know it doesn't seem like it. But I promise you. This is, let's just create a road. Let's make a big one that goes like way down to here. You're gonna have to trust me, this is all just data. There's actually something happening behind the scenes, I promise. Okay. Vroom vroom, mother truckers. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of this happening as a process step. And we're gonna call it update points. Look at how we're killing the, probably killing the stream a little bit too. I just need to save it. Just let me save it. Come on, finish typing it. Oh my god, the buffer. The buffer! Come on! Three more letters. This is like typing on old Macs. You had like a super long essay. There we go. Okay. All right. So what we could do is ask for a path. We could just get one, right? So if we get closest point, get point path from and to. So get closest point. Okay. So after we cook all this, we say var point a int equals get closest point, and this will be to position 0, 0, 0. So just vector 0. Okay. And this is from A star. And then we're going to get the closest point for B. And B is going to be... does get closest point is an integer. A star, vector 2. My bad. Vector 2, 0. And then this one's going to be vector 2. Can we see the number when we're floating? Isn't there a... Dog is dying. The only thing we haven't done is connected the points. So this still isn't going to work just yet. We have to connect the points. That's easy to do. Does this say where the camera is? Is that... So get closest point to this corner here is, it looks like 9 x 10, so 10 9 10 9. Okay, so now before we can do this though, we have to connect the points. So we've added all these, we're adding all these points. We know the thing, the shape of the road, the thing, that it's how do I put it? The orientation. So if we just pass orientation in here, type. Well, construction started right in my driveway the second I wanted to take the dogs over to the border. Had to reschedule. Dude, that's why you gotta run to the border. Right? What are you gonna do? Yeah, that's weird. I just had construction. We're like in a parallel. We're like in the multiverse, dude. We're in the multiverse. You and I. We have these weird parallel things going on. Sidewalks, yeah. Do you guys hear the siren call of my doggy? My sidewalks were fricked, though. Yeah, ours were just at our old house in California. Ours were destroyed too. We didn't know why, and it turned out the sprinklers were, one of the heads was broken for years before we owned it, and was just shooting water straight into the air. But it was happening at night, and nobody had reported it, and so it had chipped away at the. It was polishing part of the sidewalk and breaking away other parts because it's water. So we're going to make an array called points added, which is just an array of integers. And then each time we add a point, append that index like so. Okay. So we're appending any points that we add for this round. So then we have a nice array of all the points we've added. And then once we've done that, sorry about the dog, 4 points int in points added, we then say connect points. So A star. Ooh, except that it's worse than that. Shoot. Because if it's a three-way and we have one index, so we have to iterate each index and then iterate inside of that. So we have to forward twice. Point A. And then we have to ignore if it's the same point. So for point B, if A does not equal B, then we connect those points together. We don't want to connect a point to itself, although I'm sure it might just error out. I'll find a dandy. So we're connecting, so we're going through each point again twice, right? We go through it once. Our first hop is the first point in the array. Then we're going through the array again, and we're connecting. If the points aren't the same, we're connecting them together. So that way, if it's a 3-point turn, for instance, and it turns left, it turns here. So the road looks like this. So this is 2 points that we want to connect together, but we also want to connect these 2 points together, right? But then we also want to connect these 2 points together. Got me? So, and I'm sure if we've already connected points, creates a segment where between the given points, if bidirectional is false, is that a global on A star? Is it connects points bidirectional by default is true? Okay. So that's bidirectional is how we can get that train track behavior that we were trying to do, perhaps. Although there's a lot more to it than that. Okay. So now we're theoretically connecting points. If we go back to our script, we should be able to ask how many connected points there are. Like get points, get point IDs, get point count. Here we go. No, that's not what we're looking for. Get point connections. No, that's not it either. Okay, well, let's hope that we got it. Now we have A to B. We have the closest points to A to B. And now we're going to get a path. Get ID path. So this is going to be a set of IDs that are the result of trying to get a point from point. The IDs of the paths. var path IDs. And this is a packed something. 64-bit array. Okay. Path ID, so we can print this out. And we want the size. Hopefully we have something good, something big. Theoretically, it would be something like, oh man, I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 22, something like 22 or 23. Okay, now on ready we'll just run update points. We don't need a float here. So if we close and reload the city, please show us a number. Ooh. Point with ID 1 doesn't exist. Okay, well, we're getting somewhere. So connecting points, it's mad at us. Points added. Oh, because add points. Wait a minute. Oh. This needs to be in the for loop. Like that. After the match statement. Right there. Okay, let's close, clear. 20. Oh, okay. Everyone calm down. Just calm down. Just everyone slow your roll for ID int in path IDs print debug. Everyone calm down. All of you calm down right now. Oh! Okay, so now, all right. Everyone chill. Chill. I said chill. Okay. So here's what we're going to do just to test this. We're going to throw a vehicle in. We already got two. Let's make the fire truck go because my kid likes fire trucks. Wee-woos, as he calls them. Wee-woos. And this. Just covers his ears when they go by. It's like, that's a bit loud for my tastes. Thanks. Okay, so we have a path 3D, and then we're gonna have a path follow 3D. And we're gonna put the fire truck inside that. Okay? And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna look up the points that we have, and we're gonna put that on the path follow. Oh, guys. Oh my God, tomorrow, do you know what this means if this is working? Do you know what this means? I'm gonna spend just as much time tomorrow working on something, but what we'll get is a bunch of cars driving around. Hopefully. Can you feel it? Oh my God. There's still a lot of work in front of us, okay? Still a lot of work in front of us. Okay, so now we have these two SOBs. We throw them in here. Okay. So we have our path IDs. We're iterating on them. We're going to look them up from A-star. This is the pre-baked stuff. Now, here's what we could do, and I think I probably might end up doing, is we're going to just web the world with a bunch of pre-baked path follows or path 3Ds. And then whenever we want, we're going to say, okay, we're going to bring in a vehicle, and then we slap a path follow onto it with the vehicle in there. Nickname, what's up? Sidewalks. Oh my gosh, it's tree roots. Using an excavator to get rid of them all. Oh, that's nice. Steam page is waiting approval. Nice. So now what we want to do is okay, dude. Okay. Hey, buddy. Got my Jeremy Sheps with me right now. We're making out. It's going good. It's going good, Nick. We just I made some big progress here. I know it doesn't seem like it. I'm just doing a bunch of print statements and stuff and kind of just talking out loud. But essentially we have our points added to... Okay, that's enough. Here, let me fix your ears. Let me fix your ear. Come here. I have the ultimate deterrence for him when he starts to get all jumpy. I'm like, hey, let's clean your ear. It's like, you know what? I'll just go back in my room. I'm fine, Dad. It's fine. It's fine, Papa. No worries. But essentially, so we have these roads, we can draw them, and we're building out the A-star points along them. So theoretically, we have it. We've tested it. So now what we're going to try and do is get a vehicle to follow that. So we're just working on that right now. Get point path. That's what we want. That's a packed vector 2 array. That's better. Get point path. Path points. Packed vector 2 array. This is even better. Okay. Okay. And then for path 3D, it's going up. We're trying to do this in 30 days to have a playable mission. See, it's a curve. Add point. So this is gonna, it's gonna. Okay, so now we should have a bunch of points. Okay, let's see. Boys, this is looking so good. Okay. So if we add these points on here, then we just want to tween the curve, the path follow. Progress. So we could do it by, progress is by meter. By 3D units. So we just say var tween equals create tween, and we need a camera. So we'll just get a camera pointing down. Oh, look at that! Look at that! Look at that! Are you guys seeing that? Okay, something's funky about it. My points might be a little off, so we might need to. But that's something. It's looking a little shitty. I'll be honest. So it did create them. Curve. Points. So we should be able to just try it out right now, actually. So if we take the truck, And we just pull it along the, how about ratio? There it goes. Ooh. Okay. So I think the problem is the points themselves. If you look at it upside down, we can see this. Uh-huh. See, it went there, and then it went back here. Okay, I think it's our connections. And this needs to be down. It needs to be in and over to the right. So we'll just cheat. For now. Like that. And like that. Okay, so yeah, our points, you can see these little dots here. This is on the wrong end. It should be here. And so something's wrong with the okay. Like that should be like this. Right? And then this one should be like that. And then so yeah, so some of it's the curve. And that would be okay. So we almost have it. Holy smokes. And then there's, of course, with this we have to have 2 lanes technically. And then obviously we need the right direction for the vehicle to follow. And the origin of the vehicle needs to be corrected too, because right now it's based off of the collision as well. So we want to move the origin of the vehicle to there. All right, I will be right back. I'm going to use the restroom. Okay, almost back, guys. All right, here's the deal. Here is the deal. We did great. It's been 4 hours. That's great. We're going to go ahead and grab somebody to raid. I appreciate everybody hanging out of here. Hanging out here. It looks like there's 20 of you hanging around. That's awesome. We're cooking. Who we gonna hit? Everyone was watching Gamescom. Let's do. Yeah, no problem, Jacob. So tomorrow, what's on the docket is we've got to get the points corrected. There's some issues with the points. We're gonna visualize the points on the screen so we can actually see them. They're upside down right now here. And we also need to dynamically set the curves, but that's gonna be something we're gonna worry about later. Once we have all the points working out properly, we're gonna go ahead and work on a pooling system for our traffic itself. And then we're going to work on getting that to just a bunch of things to move around on the scene. 2 traffic patterns going different directions. And after that, we're just going to work on the intersection stuff. Although I think once we have some things moving, that might be enough for now, just to be like, okay, here's a traffic system. It's going to get better. But I think it won't take much more. I think maybe tomorrow and maybe the next day we'll have the whole thing kind of roughed out. So I know today was a weird stream where I was sort of just like blabbering and wasn't much to look at on the screen or anything like that. And you kind of had to trust me through the whole thing. But like I said, we got something going. So we're going to go from there. Much love to everybody out there. I will see you tomorrow. Stay safe. Bye-bye.